evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting of November 10th, 2020. Call the meeting to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Goodrich? Councilmember Griffith?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci?
I'm here.
Mayor Fury? Mayor Fury.
Here. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and the city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with labor negotiator, 14B, real property, conference with real property negotiator, 14C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, 14D and 14E, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code sections 54957.6, 54956.8, 54956.9D1, 54956.9D4, and 54956.9D2. We will return at 7 p.m. Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting of November 10th, 2020. We've been in executive session. Mr. Shaparian, is there anything to report?
Thank you, Honor. There is nothing to report. Thank you.
Okay. And at our closed session, Councilmember Goodrich was here, but he has left. So I'm going to ask for a roll call at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffith?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci?
I'm here.
Mayor Fury?
Here. Thank you all for joining us tonight. Last week were dark due to the 2020 election, and I want to thank everybody for taking the time to vote and utilizing all the different ways to submit your ballots. As we can see, the early voting and mail-in were very popular this year, record-breaking, I'm certain. I'd like to take this time to congratulate our Torrance Unified School District Board member-elects, Anil Muhammad and Jasmine Young Park. I look forward to working alongside both of you, and we will also welcome back Congresswoman Maxine Waters to the 43rd Congressional District, and Senator Steve Bradford, and our Assemblyman Al Marisucci. Congratulations to all of you, and to you and the public. You can find the LA County election updates and results on torrancevotes.org. While we remain on our road to recovery, we can also look forward to President-elect Joe Biden's COVID-19 task force that he unveiled on Monday. The task force, he said, would quickly consult with state and local health officials on how to best prevent coronavirus spread, reopen schools and businesses, and address the racial disparities that have left communities of color harder hit than others by the pandemic. Let us remember that the spread of this pandemic is still very, very real, and we should be diligent in our practices. As we continue to phase out of the stay-at-home orders, it's important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments during this pandemic. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting you wish to comment on. Thank you to those of you who have met today's deadline. They have all been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will be added to the public record at a later time. For those of you tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or City Cable, because of the challenges faced in this council format and in accordance with Government Code Section 549, 543A, we will now dedicate a single 60-minute comment period to hear the public on all agenda items, as well as for general orals by telephone calling. The only exception to this 60-minute period is when we have a public hearing. And in those, you may participate by calling in to the public input hotline. The number is 310-618-2404, and it will be displayed on the screen during the course of the meeting. Again, for those who are listening in, it's 310-618-2404. Please be patient when you're calling in. Please be aware that our call center is very, very busy, taking multiple phone calls, so you may get a busy signal when calling in. If this is the case, please try calling back in a moment or two. City Clerk, have emails received before 2 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the City Council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is a flag salute and an invocation. The flag salute tonight will be led by Councilmember Ashcraft and the invocation by Councilmember Chen. I turn the floor over to you, Councilman.
Thank you. As you join me in the salute to our country, please remember that tomorrow is Veterans Day, and as we salute our flag, please keep our veterans' service in mind. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lord, thank you for the opportunity as we gather once again, deliberate and make decisions as representatives of our city. Give us clarity of mind to understand all issues before us. Pursue what's best for the entire community. Thank you that we can Thank you for preserving the U.S. Marine Corps for 245 years as we celebrate their anniversary. Bless all members of our armed forces, all first responders who diligently protect us all and keep us safe. Continue to protect the most vulnerable among us, the youngest to the elderly, as we continue to fight against COVID-19. While the annual flu season approaches, give all our leaders the ability to balance keeping the people healthy, physically, mentally, and the wisdom to know how to open our business community smartly. We thank you for your continued presence to guide us. Amen.
Thank you both. Moving on, I'll take a report of the city clerk on the posting agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Thursday, November 5th.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading. Councilmember Chen.
I move to a motion to waive all further reading.
I second.
Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich? Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Goodrich absent.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawal deferred under supplemental item.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Chapman, City Manager. There are supplemental materials available on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 7, oral communications. Item 9D, accept and appropriate funding and approve agreement for an outreach worker for homeless services. And item 9G, accept and file report on abandoned shopping cart retrieval and containment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Council committee meetings and announcement. Ms. Katie Wong.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to announce that the Finance and Governmental Operations Committee will be meeting via teleconference or other electronic means on Tuesday, November 17th from 4 to 5 p.m. The topic is the first quarter budget review report, and Councilmember Goodrich is the chair of that committee. Members of the public are encouraged to participate. The Zoom login information will be posted on the agenda here at City Hall and online. Members of the public may also call the city manager's office should they have any questions. That phone number is 310-618-5880. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. That takes us to community matters. And item 6A is a resolution to honor Ronald M. Kukin upon his retirement from the city of Torrance after 35 years of service. May we have a number and title?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2020-118, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Ronald M. Kukin upon his retirement from the city after 35 years of service.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ashcraft, would you do the honor of reading this resolution for us?
Yes, thank you. Whereas Ronald Kukin began his career with the City of Torrance on February 14, 1984, as a delivery driver and clerk in the Central Services Division of the General Services Department. And whereas, over the years, Ron served as a driver and clerk for the Finance and Purchasing Department, automotive storekeeper for the Fleet Services Department, and finally as the warehouse supervisor since 1995. And whereas Ron has been an excellent steward of public funds by managing over 72 purchase orders and inventory budgets of over $3.3 million per year. He provided essential support to all city departments by being directly responsible for the purchase of a wide range of commodities, including but not limited to fuel, automotive parts, water service parts, and custodial supplies. And whereas Ron is an exceptional public servant who showed great initiative in negotiating competitive prices on commodities and finding buyers of obsolete stock that resulted in great savings for the city. He went above and beyond his regular duties and established strong relationships with customers, vendors, and staff in all city departments. And whereas Ron played a pivotal role in protecting our employees during the COVID-19 pandemic by finding and procuring high-demand sanitary supplies. And whereas his creative genius manifests in his great sense of humor and his ability to maintain an upbeat work environment for his coworkers. He will be greatly missed by his customers, vendors, friends, and colleagues for his positive attitude, commitment to excellence, and his love for his profession. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, does hereby commend, honor, and congratulate Ronald M. Kukin for his dedication, professionalism, and contributions to the City of Torrance while in our employ, and be it further resolved that Ron be wished a full and rewarding life in his retirement years. Introduced, approved, and adopted this 10th day of November 2020. And I will move to adopt resolution number 2020-118.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Goodrich absent.
Congratulations, Ron. We are certainly going to miss you. That takes us to 6B. May I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2020-119, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Deputy Police Chief John Robert McGuff upon his retirement from the city after 33 years of service.
I need a motion. Councilmember Chen.
I move to adopt resolution number 2020-119.
Councilmember Matucci.
Second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffith?
Reluctantly, yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Goodrich absent.
Thank you. That resolution will be presented at a later date. We move on to 6C is Charlie. May we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2020-120, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring police officer Brian James Lavelle upon his retirement from the city after 20 years of service.
Councilmember Matucci.
Mr. Mayor, move to adopt resolution number 2020-120.
Councilwoman Ashcraft.
I second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Goodrich absent.
And that resolution will be presented at a later date. We're now moving on to the 60-minute public comment period for agenda items and general orals. If any members of the public wants to speak, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4E, provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on an item will be disconnected. Callers will have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item, 2 minutes total to speak on 2 or more agenda items, and 1 minute for general orals. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes, then will be disconnected automatically. Please speak when you're prompted and state the number of the agenda item or items you wish to speak on, or if you want to make a general comment. There is a delay in the broadcast, so do not try to follow what you may hear on the broadcast. Please turn down the volume on your TV or viewing device, and please do not use Bluetooth or speakerphones. When speaking on agenda items, you must be on topic. We would like to get in as many speakers as possible. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we cannot tell if you're speaking on topic, you will get a warning to get back on topic. If you do not then speak on topic, or if you go off topic again, you forfeit the remainder of your time, and we will move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of the meeting. Please note that the council orals will still take place at the end of the meeting. To the call center, do we have any callers?
Yes, Mayor. I'll begin to patch in the calls now.
Thank you much.
There you go.
Grace Farwell, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm general comment. Good evening.
Your 1 minute starts now.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Fury and council members. My name is Grace Farwell, and I'm with the South Bay Cities Council of Government. I am pleased to announce that on October 15th, we launched our pilot program, Home Share South Bay. We are partnering with Silvernest, an online platform, and we are matching homeowners who have an extra room with home seekers who may be on the verge of homelessness or very recently homeless. To build our base of available homes, our initial focus is to sign up homeowners interested in renting out a room, whether for financial assistance, companionship, help with chores around the home, or to even help others who may be facing homelessness. These are tough times with many people struggling with the isolation and economic challenges caused by the pandemic. We have been reaching out to city staff in the South Bay to help us get the word out to their residents. And we do have a landing page, and you can visit it by going to www.silvernest.com/South Bay. And we are also in the process of developing a webinar.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Julia R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
General Oral.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I demand the firing of officers Concanon and Chavez and for the creation of a civilian oversight commission. What I don't get is how unwilling you are to do the bare minimum. We're not asking you to solve systemic racism and inequity. We're asking you to create a check and balance in your system. This is the bare minimum. Officers who are not prosecuted continues to show your residents that your law enforcement is above the law. It shows how much you value property over a human life. In your pathetic responses to us, I hear you think that we are disrupting you. What about the disruption of a life? What about the disruption of a family? What is more important than the lives of your residents? You're saying that someone can decide to take a life in less than 15 seconds? Your inaction continues to scream loudly that you do not care for the lives of young black men and their families. Black Lives Matter, do the bare minimum of your job. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Stephanie P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your one starts now.
Whereas Jackie Lacey protects killer cops, and whereas Black Lives Matter has been campaigning for her removal for 3 years, and whereas she was defeated and will no longer be the DA, whereas George Gascon, the new incoming DA, has expressed his desire to reinvestigate the killing of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, be it resolved that we will get justice for Christopher. Are you feeling the heat being turned up? Fire Matthew Concanon,
fire Anthony Chavez, establish a civilian oversight committee. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Michelle R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on? I'm sorry.
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Chavez and Matthew Concannon for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and that this council take immediate action to create a civilian oversight commission of TPD, create full transparency of policing, enable our citizens to investigate cases of misconduct. It's enraging that I have to step away from watching a friend's child to call you each week and tell you to listen to your constituents and do your job. Week after week, you continue to ignore the Torrance community, which has overwhelmingly demanded oversight of TPD as per the recommendation of a grand jury. Christopher's mom, Sherlyn, pleads with you every week to hold cops accountable so that she may receive some semblance of justice for her son's murder. And weekly, you cut her off and dismiss her as though her words and feelings are meaningless. Our community cannot begin to heal until justice is served. We even elected a billboard here in Torrance for the sake of justice for Christopher. What more do you need to see or hear to move you to act? Does it have to be your kid? Torrance will never see justice until our people power is wielded through oversight and killer cops are held accountable. Gascon is sorry.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Kaylee C., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
General public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm here tonight to honor Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and I stand with his mother, his family, Black Lives Matter, and the black and brown community of Torrance that does not feel safe with all of you or the Torrance police in your racist and anti-black tactics that each of you uphold with your continued lack of action regarding these two demands. Act now before Torrance police kills another one of your constituents that you are elected to serve and protect. DA Gascon is going to reopen this case, and each of you will be held accountable for your negligence in not taking the appropriate action to prosecute and fire Chavez and Concannon. It is past time for the city of Torrance to set up a civilian oversight commission of the police department. A grand jury instructed that this be done in 2018 before Christopher was murdered, and we demand that it is done immediately. There's no time to waste. And as representatives of the city of Torrance, you must act proactively instead of reactively. A change is coming, and your names will forever be tied to what side of history you are on. It will be in the best interest.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Mytels K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication, please.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Council, I'm calling once again for the firing of the racist killer cops, Officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez, for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I also want to uplift the recent defeat of crooked-ass DA Jackie Lacey by George Gascon, who has pledged to reopen Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's case. It would be in the council's best interest to fire these police officers ahead of their inevitable trial. Jackie Lacey paid for her inaction and lack of integrity with her office. What will you do when the day comes for you to answer for your inaction? What will you say when asked why you didn't do the bare minimum and fire these police officers? And establish a civilian oversight commission to hold these police accountable, because you certainly are. It's the very least you can do. Do the right thing. I yield the rest of my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Pat, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling in solidarity with Black Lives Matter and the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell to demand that Officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon be immediately fired for Christopher's murder, and that a civilian oversight commission be established to hold Torrance police accountable for their corruption and racism. This, as many people who have had of me have said, is the bare minimum that you can do. BLM and the families of those who've been killed by law enforcement and the community members throughout L.A. County ousted Jackie Lacey. We can oust all of you, too. Your residents, your constituents can oust you, too, if you refuse to protect them. And it will happen if you don't. George Gascon said he's going to reopen Christopher's case. That does not look good for you at all. Now, does it? So do the right thing. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Ann B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
You've had a week to see the reality of the election results, the tide that we warned you about. Gascon has said he's going to reopen Christopher's case. There is still time for you to do the right thing. And you have Senator Bradford as a resource and support. It's not too late to take definitive action today, but it will be too late very soon. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. His murder has never left our agenda, even if you took it off yours in early 2019. Give his mother, Sherilyn Haynes, 2 minutes to speak when she calls in. She should at least be given the same amount of time to speak as those who call in to address your agenda item. Fire Matthew Concannon, fire Anthony Chavez, create a civilian oversight commission for Torrance Police. It's the 11th hour and the absolute least you can do. Black Lives Matter. Christopher's life matters.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Sheila B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Y'all heard that BLM LA was instrumental in the county-wide defeat last week over the District Attorney of Los Angeles County. Callers already made that crystal clear. Y'all heard that Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is looking to oust Sheriff Villanueva, right? You realize that Bradford has worked in coalition with BLM LA on bills in the past. This is our power. We defeated Police Association's $10 million with people power. We won then, and we will win here too. Our demands are simple and reasonable and clear. In light of a tragic murder, create a civilian oversight commission and fire Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. Gascon's looking into this case. He sees the negligence present. He sees the error in the outgoing DA. He sees the problems from the officers, and y'all aren't holding them accountable. The writings on the wall are ever clear. You sniveling cowards now need to do what is right, just, and necessary. You have failed to yield to our power, our relentless pursuit of justice, our consistent...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Aga K., you are now unmuted. Please state which agenda item you're calling on.
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling to demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. He was a 23-year-old black man whose life had been stolen in a matter of 15 seconds. 15 seconds. That's all it took for the officers, Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, to steal his life. And you haven't done anything about it. And the fact that it's been almost 2 years is beyond outraging. So my question tonight is, what are you waiting for? What else do you need to do your job, to do anything about this? His family's life is never going to be the same. They're going to be mourning his death for the rest of their lives. So the least that they deserve is justice in his name. Because let's be honest, like real justice would be Christopher still being here with us. But that, thanks to Officer Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, is no longer possible. So give them the least that they deserve. Fire officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon and create a civilian oversight commission of Torrance Police Department that will investigate.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Kim I., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Oral comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
You've already heard that we have a new DA, that Black Lives Matter helped to get elected, and I am excited because he is going to open Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's case. He's already said it in the list of cases he's going to look at that look shady. And really, you guys, this should be your opportunity to stand up and do it before he does and make you all look like the fools you are. You should have already created a civilian oversight commission. You should already have fired the officers responsible for his murder, let alone prosecuted them. So do the right thing. I mean, you, like Sheila was saying, you have limited time. Do it now before you end up looking like complete insensitive human beings for a mother who lost her son. I have nothing else to say.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. J.L., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Oral comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
So I guess you guys thought that we weren't coming back, but we are, because there is absolutely no justice that happened for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. As Minnie has already told you, Black Lives Matter had already defeated Jackie Lacey, so please don't think that you guys will not be next on the chopping block. So the least, like everyone says, the least you could do is create a civilian oversight of the Torrance Police Department and fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Buchanan. These officers are killers. They kill people, and no one in Torrance is safe if they're out. By not firing them, you are actually covering up for them, and now you're contributing to the injustice. So really, your blood is basically on their hands. On the blood of Christopher is on your hands, and you.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Eleni, and you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling to demand the firing of the officers who stole Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's life. It's very clear that your commitment to death and brutality and taking Black life is strong. What is your hesitation in creating an oversight civilian committee? Why do you continue to, have your allegiance be with brutality and death? It's unbelievable. It's the bare minimum that you could do, and your legacy truly will live on as someone who could not see that life itself is precious, and that you're okay with taking the lives of many, many souls. So think about that before you go to bed tonight. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Nancy W., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
I wish to speak on item 9D in general oral.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. My name is Nancy Wilcox, and as a co-chair for the South Bay Coalition to End Homelessness, I want to give my full and enthusiastic support of agenda item 9D. The staff report does a terrific job at detailing the advantages of having a homelessness outreach worker, so I don't need to repeat them now. I will, however, summarize the impact that having this position will have. It will absolutely be a game changer. I witnessed firsthand how having city-dedicated outreach staff have moved people off the streets in Redondo, Hermosa, Manhattan Beach, and Hawthorne. In these cities, I've also seen how the respective police departments have found crucial and effective partners in working with people experiencing homelessness. I've seen how the most vulnerable have been placed into new emerging programs like Project Green Key with its temporary shelter stays at local motels. And I've seen how the people placed in these motels have been given front-of-the-line access to fiscal resources, providing stable housing. Because of COVID, there is much more funding being directed into rental assistance programs. But in order to take full advantage of them, those unhoused must have a case manager working with them. The only way to ensure this happens in Torrance, given the current design of the homelessness system, is to have a person dedicated to the city, like the other South Bay municipalities I mentioned have already learned. As a 40-year Torrance resident, I'm really frustrated that our neighbors experiencing homelessness do not have as ready access to publicly funded services. Having a full-time outreach worker will change that, so I respectfully urge you to approve staff's recommendations on item 9D. Thank you so much.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Kim M., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on? Kim M.
Communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling to demand that the Torrance City Council, 1, create a civilian oversight commission, and 2, fire the officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, that's Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, and end the lack of accountability for Torrance police. You know, my family has a saying, it's a bad wind that don't ever change. People can be that, complicit and remaining the course no matter the damage done. Your inaction on Christopher's case for almost 2 years is an act of violence. I'm convinced you don't give a damn about the black and brown citizens of Torrance, but there's a proverb my family's also fond of saying, for they sow the wind, and they shall reap the whirlwind. Sister Sherilyn and the community supporting her are that whirlwind. You'll keep hearing from us, and I hereby claim Torrance City Council as our next victory. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Michelle N., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
I'm speaking to 9D and oral communications.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Mayor Fury and members of the City Council. My name is Michelle Nadeau. I'm a Torrance resident and the outreach coordinator for 1736 Family Crisis Center. I am so excited at the prospect of having a case manager dedicated to the homeless in the city of Torrance. I fully support this awesome step forward. Tomorrow is Veterans Day, and November is Runaway Homeless Youth Awareness Month, as designated by the California Coalition for Youth. These are just two homeless populations that are experiencing increasing crisis, yet they are very different. A case manager who can navigate the individual needs of each homeless individual or family will make a huge difference to those living on the street and to so many also living in their cars. The proposed scope of work for this case manager, as presented by the Social Services Commission, is well thought out and gives me hope that we are finally on the right path. Thank you to the Social Services Commission for your efforts on this, and I think you have done an amazing job. And thank you in advance, Mayor Fury and members of the City Council, for taking this huge step forward. Thank you.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Lara L., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
9D.
Thank you. Your 1 minute.
I want to voice my strong support for approving the agreement with the Harbor Interfaith Services to hire an outreach worker for homeless services. Currently, the city's reliance on the police department to address homelessness is problematic because the police are, quite correctly, focused on law enforcement rather than providing services that help people end homelessness. A dedicated worker would be familiar with local resources and could build relationships and trust with our unhoused population. This person would have the knowledge and time to help homeless people move past obstacles that might keep them from seeking services such as essential health care, mental health services, or help with addiction. I also think it's vital to appropriate the additional $50,000 to ensure a worker is dedicated to the city of Torrance. It is unreasonable to expect that 6 outreach workers, funded by Measure H, who are responsible for serving 27 cities, would be able to effectively address homelessness in Torrance. It breaks my heart to see the growing number of unhoused people throughout the city. I hope that the council can take this first step in what I hope will...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Marina K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling to voice my support once again for the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. May he rest in power. I'm calling to urge you yet again to fire your incompetent, rogue, villainous, murderous, and racist officers, Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. You would do well to see to that before their criminal conduct is confirmed by the new district attorney, if you had any sense. I call again to urge you to create an independent civilian oversight commission, again, if you had any sense. The least that you could do is listen to people, the public, who have some damn sense. And shame on all of you for exhibiting exactly zero leadership during the course of all of this. I echo the sentiments of everyone else who is disgusted by your evil, stone-cold bullshit and complicity. So kiss my ass. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Cheryl Lynn, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Oral.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
My heart weighs
very heavy daily for missing my son. I miss him so much. Dang, you don't know how much. I demand that Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon be held accountable for murdering my son. I know damn well from the beginning that it was a senseless murder. They didn't have to murder my son. They didn't have to steal his life. And I'm so thankful that George Gascon is going to open my son's case again and expose Torrance for who they really are, man. Thank you to everybody who stand in solidarity with me and my son. Y'all just don't know how thankful I am, man. And it hurts so bad that this has to go on. My only child.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Karen F., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm also expressing support that the Torrance City Council create a civilian oversight commission. I just can't really imagine why you wouldn't take that step if you honestly want to serve the people you claim to. I also demand that you fire officers Chavez and Concannon. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's family, community, and Torrance as a whole deserve justice. You can hear his mother's pain every time she needs to call in, and it's disgusting. I couldn't hurt unarmed people at my job and expect to still be employed the next day, and I know that policing is in no way easy, but when you keep these officers on, you send the continued message to children and constituents that black and brown lives don't matter. I'm really concerned over the lack of de-escalation and that these officers are still out there armed.
Mayor, that caller disconnected themselves. Moving on to the next caller. Anna A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
General public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm also calling to demand justice for the family and friends of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I urge the council to fire officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon and to create a civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department. As many callers have said, this would be truly the least you can do. You can't bring back Christopher's life, but you can do this. Jackie Lacey is gone, and really you're all next because you support racist cops and you don't listen to your constituents and you don't support a grieving mother and a grieving community. Black Lives Matter. If you believe that to be true, fire Concannon and Chavez, create a civilian oversight commission, show an ounce of empathy and do your job. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Eden, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on? Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I just want to echo what many other callers have been saying, is to fire the officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, who murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I stand in solidarity with his family and with Black Lives Matter. Also, we demand that you create a civilian oversight commission to the Torrance Police Department to create accountability, just like everybody else is saying. And I cannot believe that his mother called again and she was cut off again. That is unacceptable. Don't let it happen again. She deserves to speak longer. And when you do fire these officers and create this commission, you go to the family and you ask them, what else can I do? And you do it on their terms. Justice for their son on their terms and for their family. I yield my time. Thank you.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Sarah S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
General public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I just wanted to say, fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon and create a civilian oversight commission. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's life mattered, Black Lives Matter, and it's clear that you clearly haven't shown that. As you may have heard, Jackie Lacey is out and Gascon is in. He's going to reopen Christopher's case, so it's the least you could do to create a civilian oversight commission
do the right thing and show even an ounce of sympathy if you have any. I yield the rest of my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Jackie H., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
9D and 9G.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
So I think we need to strengthen crisis response. We need more caseworkers, social workers. I agree with the rest of the people that were saying that. I also think that we need to reduce criminal justice involvement. Arresting them over and over again is digging the hole for them. I don't think that's going to help them get ahead or anywhere. Housing, we need to integrate health care. And the abandoned shopping carts, I think that could start with the people at the stores with 2 working legs. They could take those shopping carts back to the front of the store themselves. You won't see them out in the street filled with people's dog poop and stuff. And also, that's it with that. And happy Veterans Day. And, yeah, that's it.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Andy, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Is it me, Andy Porchak is calling?
Yes, can you please state which agenda item you're calling on, sir?
I would like to talk on 9F and 8F, 8C, and 8G, and oral communication also.
Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much. The consent calendar, I see this. You guys have a new position here for an administrative services manager, but job is almost already exists. But you're hiring or creating one more position for $150,000 a year plus benefits plus pension. I thought Torrance has a budget crisis. Then on HC and other items, you're hiring more consulting services and more. You pay more for contractors above the already original cost. I don't know. Somebody did not tell me we have a big cash flow again. And then let's talk about the $156,000 for child seat belts, whatever. Give me a break. Like you're going to go up to people in COVID and show them how to fasten a seat belt for $156,000. Now we go to 9F. 9F, Timmy Goodrich, big idea, partnership with Pandemic Lifestyle Management Solutions. How much is this would cost us? Timmy Goodrich is best when he keeps his mouth shut and doesn't talk at all. So I don't know why is that for. Now, let's get back to that. This Mayor Curry, who doesn't even have the decency to show his face and people talking to you. I appreciate all of you who I can at least see your faces and I can see you listening. But that Pat Curry, our leader, our illegally elected leader, doesn't even shows up his face. He's disgusting, and I don't even want to see him. I would like to see him not to see that at all. Thank you guys for showing your face to the citizens of Torrance. And shame on you, Patrick Curry, hiding behind your desk and playing with your you-know-what. I yield my time. Thank you very much.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Gina V., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
It is beyond painful and reprehensible every time you cut the time on Sister Sherilyn. She has been grieving for her only child for 2 years. Next month will be 2 years. Weekly, we have been making demands of this council, and what you have done is you have been showing the entire world that Black lives do not matter in Torrance. So don't take the fashionable line now, since George Floyd's death, to say that they do, because we've got meeting after meeting after meeting, recordings demanding that you create a civilian oversight committee and that you fire the officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and you continue to do nothing about it. And your disdain for this part of the process, your disdain for a grieving mother, is on record and well documented.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Claire L., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez shot and killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell within 15 seconds of approaching him. They shouted at him, and yet he still complied with their orders. He was doing everything they said, and they shot and killed him within 15 seconds. And now you won't do the right thing. You won't create a civilian oversight commission. It's been 2 years. It's so obvious that you care about these police officers' lives more than you care about the black and brown people in your community. Shame on you. Shame on you for behaving this way. Shame on you for hanging up on Christopher's mother. How dare you behave like this? And if you think that it's not coming back to you, Black Lives Matter is a powerful organization. So we won't stop. We will keep calling if that's what it takes. And you will see our wrath. How dare you behave this way? I'm calling to stand with him.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. John R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on? John R., are you still on the line?
Yes.
Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm asking that Fernando Mata Gomez, Ralph Steven Osterveros, and Chinuja Baldi be under investigation and kicked out of office. They work there every now and then. I have a lawsuit against them at the LA Superior Court, but still they tend to threaten my life. The family members are involved, and just not too late, but I guess Torrance Police Department look bad. They're still threatening my life, and I haven't heard any response, and anybody willing to help me. I have paperwork to show them, but nobody never called me back to prove my innocence on that. And it's like, I guess you don't want the public to know what's really going on in the office. It's like, I'm looking for Andrew Mitchell's mother, and I understand where she's coming from with that. And it's wrong that, I hear no response. I called, and they told me I was lying about it, but I'm not. So, I'm hoping that somebody hears this out there in the outside public world, or maybe somebody will call me up.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Alyssa B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling for justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, as well as his family, as well as the entire community of Torrance, and on behalf of black and brown people everywhere. The fact that it's been 2 years and there's still resistance to fire the officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, and also create a civilian oversight commission for the Torrance Police Department is absolutely beyond me. You know that if it was your family, if it was your son, if it was your friend, your daughter, you know that you would have done this yesterday. And you know that you can do what's right, and you need to listen to your constituents and make this happen. Because this is unbelievable. You need to stand up for your communities of color, and you need to protect them. Because no one else, it's apparent that no one else is going to do that. And, this is just...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. E.P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
General public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, I'm calling, as I always do, to demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Again, as all these callers have said, you've had 2 years to do the right thing. It's about time that you finally find some moral and ethical fortitude and fire the officers who shot and killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and establish the Civilian Oversight Committee. I just want to remind you all, if you're not going to do the right thing, because it's the right thing to do, then I want to remind you that those who have refused to hold police accountable, such as David Rayu, who had the endorsement of Hillary Clinton, of Nancy Pelosi, of Dianne Feinstein, have lost their seats running for city council, and so has a other very safe and blue city council member in Burbank, who lost to basically somebody who was also running on a defund the police ticket. So if you care about...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Betty R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I hope you guys have been paying attention to what BLM has been doing in LA with Jackie Lacey, and I hope that you're really, really fucking aware of what constant pressure looks like and feels like, because we've already been in Torrance for too long, and it's not relenting, and it's not going to ease up on you. I'm calling in alignment with BLM's demands that you fire officers Concannon and Chavez, and also create a fucking civilian oversight committee. I know that you guys have stopped listening to us, and it's just really infuriating to hear you cut Sherilyn off week after week, after not talking to her, not listening to her, not even letting her talk on a fucking city council call. It's atrocious. And what happened to Jackie Lacey can happen to anyone else that it needs to happen to. And I hope you guys all remember that and take notes and know that we're not going anywhere, and we've proved that we don't die, we multiply. So keep that in mind.
Anna?
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. BJ Johnson, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Public communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi. So I'm calling because I'm standing in solidarity with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, as well as with Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, in demanding that officers Chavez and Concannon immediately be fired, as well as a civilian oversight committee be created. I really am just horrified by the example of public leadership that the individuals on this commission exemplify, not only by cutting off Ms. Cheryl, but by not valuing Black and brown lives as they would their own children, their friends' children, their people they owe favors to, as well as those police officers that they continually honor on these calls. I just want to say Black Lives Matter, defund the police, reimagine public safety.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Carol T., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I'm speaking on oral communications and 9F.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. I appreciate seeing faces tonight. It really helps us, I think, to engage in dialogue. And in that sense, I would like to see you send out a request for applicants to be on the Civilian Oversight Committee. I work in Manhattan Beach, live in Torrance, and I saw Manhattan Beach recently set up a commission to discuss Bruce's Beach. And I'd like to know if any of you here, Heidi, I see you, Matucci, Griffiths, Jen, Kalani, I wonder if any of you are interested in taking the lead on an oversight committee. I would really like to hear your response at some point. And on 9F, I thought it was Councilperson Griffiths, and I got kind of excited, but I'd hope more of you are on board with this. Is this contact tracing? I'm definitely in favor of eliminating COVID-19. I am ready to get back to work. So if it's contact tracing, it seems the wording was a little different than I was used to seeing, but I'm 100% in getting rid of COVID-19 and moving on, particularly as it impacts our neighbors of color in too large of numbers. Thank you.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. John F., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, Mayor Fury, council members. Thank you for your time this evening. I am calling in solidarity with Black Lives Matter and calling for a hope of a police oversight commission. I believe in the city of Torrance. I believe it is a unique and diverse place. I believe that your police department wants to be on the forefront of these issues, and I don't want your council to be the one to miss out on an opportunity to build community trust and to listen to the callers that have called in for the last 2 years for justice. It is not a knock on the police to add civilian oversight to their jobs, and I think that it will do nothing but show people that you really are listening.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Ann P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I am public comment 9A and 9D.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Yes. First of all, I really want to thank the City of Torrance for their COVID program with protecting voter integrity by encouraging Torrance citizens to vote at the polling places. I think it was really vital that we did that and that we encourage people that, you know, our votes need integrity, and I really want to thank the City of Torrance for that. I was also very excited to learn about the homeless outreach program. Our police do a great job of protecting our community, and it's great to hear we're going to give them assistance with a homeless program and hopefully set up things that will have it so that we can better help the people that come into Torrance. I also wanted to say I love the Wilson Park sign display that talks about the diversity of our community. Many of the statistics that you put on there, I didn't know. I thought it was very interesting that we have such a wonderful community in Torrance, and I really like to have that be promoted. As for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, my heart really goes out to the mother. Many of our people in our country have devoted their life to protecting our country, and we have military mothers who've lost their one and only, and in the midst of trying to protect our freedoms. And I do want to have it so that we do show her compassion. It is tragic that DeAndre made choices that had it so he encouraged the conflict that happened, and I'm hoping that his life can be used as an example for us to want to be people of integrity, to be people who want to do what's right and honoring others, and having it so that we honor the property of others and that we live our lives in such a way that we bless and not take away. I do lift up the impending suits that are coming against Torrance, and I pray that true justice, that everything is looked at when they look at those circumstances, and they can understand that the protecting of property, the protecting of people, the protecting of our community is vital. And may God be with the family as they mourn the loss of the choices that their son made and the loss of his life. I yield my time. Thank you.
Mayor, there's 2 callers left in the queue. Moving on to the next caller. Kathleen E., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
calling on behalf of Justice for Christopher Mitchell.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
First off, I want to say Black Lives Matter, and also I want to know why you protect murderers and you do not fire the officers of Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. This is wrong. I would like to know where your morals and your integrity is. You're supposed to protect the people, not kill the people. I'm disgusted by how you treat people, and it's not right. And I hope that you guys work on this, and it needs to be fixed. And I really want to support you and, be proud of you guys, but I'm honestly disgusted and bothered how the police is treating people. It's disgusting, and I really hope you find your morals and do what is right. And I hope you charge those officers with murder.
Mayor, moving on to the last call in queue. Reverend Bunch, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
I would like to talk on public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Oh, you sorry sons of bitches. I got some good news. I saw Gascon is opening up Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's case because BLM LA has been outside of district attorney's office almost 2 years coming after Jackie Lacey. And look, do we get a new? Not only do we get a new DA, but this new DA is coming right after Torrance's ass. And I told you, motherfuckers, that we were coming for y'all. And look at God. We're coming for you, motherfuckers. It's going to be powerful. I hope Leroy Jackson's bitch ass goes down. Remembers this shit. So fuck every last one of you and watch justice.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected. It seems like there's a few more calls coming in. We will wait a few seconds.
Okay.
Mayor, the calls are being transferred as we wait.
Okay, we still have some time.
Yes. Mary S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I just think it's absolutely deplorable and horrible that you allow a woman to come on and speak so horribly of somebody who has died and was murdered in your city. And when she claims to live in this city and she's okay with officers who kill somebody in 15 seconds, there's absolutely no reason for this to ever be acceptable. And she should absolutely keep his name and his mother's name out of her mouth. How dare her? Fuck all of y'all.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Still waiting for more calls to come in the queue. Moving on to the next caller. Shannon, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. 1 minute starts now.
I would just like to see with my own eyes if you all have a soul. I'm looking at you right now, and I would like to see you all say the name Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Say his name. 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 Christopher.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Jenny, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. 1 minute starts now.
So I am going to speak to the Torrance viewers at this particular point. It is very clear that this committee and here will not do justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. But what you won't sit here and do is call these families with a mother who is listening and say that it's her child's fault for being murdered. That's what you won't do. You will not say that that was his fault for being murdered by these weak-ass cops. So let's be very clear with this message right now. We are demanding justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. If you can't say his name, then don't come on this goddamn call. I am so sick of this. It's been 2 years, and you weak punks won't do anything. But what y'all won't do is have these other suckers come in here and try to defend this shit too. Not on our watch. Black Lives Matter.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Elke, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
It's 7, oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. I invite Black Lives Matter to go to page 55 and 64 of the emailed public comments. Read. And Mayor and council members, most of tonight's callers are recruited via social media and do not reside in Torrance and do not represent the opinions of all Torrance residents. Also, it is the eve of Veterans Day, and I just want to thank all those who have served and are serving and are with us. Thank you for your patriotism, love of country, and willingness to serve and sacrifice for the common good. Happy Veterans Day to you. And I also want to express my continued support for the Torrance Police Department, Mayor, and council members. Hang in there, okay? Just hang in there. Have a good night. I yield my time.
Mayor, there aren't any more callers in queue.
Okay, well, that'll conclude our oral commentary for this evening. Thank everybody who called in. Now we're moving on in our council agenda to our consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? I see Council Member Griffith has his hand up. What would that be, sir?
Just 1 second. I got to get to it. Item 8E, I need to recuse myself on. I don't want to necessarily pull it for discussion. I just need to register a recuse vote on that.
8E is in Edward?
Correct. That's a follow-on item to an item that I recused myself on at the last meeting.
Okay. Anybody else? Make a motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety. Let's hold back on 8E so we can do a separate vote. Councilmember Chen.
I move to approve a consent calendar items 8A, everything except 8 Echo.
Perfect. Councilwoman Kalani.
Kalani, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
That motion carried with Councilmember Goodrich absent.
Thank you. I'll take a motion on item 8G. Since I don't see any conversation on it, Councilmember Griffith does not have to leave the dais or the meeting. Councilwoman Ashcraft.
I think you said item 8G, but it's item 8E, correct?
I was reading his last initial. It's 8E as an echo.
Okay. I move for approval of item 8E.
This is Patrick. If it is a recusal, he has to leave the meeting, even though it's one item. I know it's crazy, but by the rules, he has to leave on a recusal. I know it's a big hassle.
Okay. Then I take that back. Hassle. Come back to me in a minute.
Until he leaves. There he goes. I think he's gone.
You text him to come back in.
Okay. Councilwoman Ashcraft?
I move to approve item 8E as an Edward.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Kalani, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffiths is recused. Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yeah. Your
Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Goodrich absent and Councilmember Griffiths recusing himself.
Okay. So I'm going to let Councilmember Griffith know that he can come back.
I just texted him.
Thank you. There he is. For the record, Councilmember Griffith is back at the meeting. We move on with our calendar. On to administrative matters. Item 9A is from the city manager to provide a COVID-19 recovery update and determine the direction on orders from the County of Los Angeles and the State of California regarding COVID-19. Mr. Shaparian.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is Adam Shaparian, City Manager. The City of Torrance continues with our recovery efforts in compliance with the protocols issued by LA County Department of Health. As of today, LA County remains in the purple tier of the blueprint for a safer economy, indicating that COVID-19 is widespread. Restaurants continue to offer outdoor dining. Outdoor playgrounds and Del Amo Fashion Center have reopened. To date, 23 Torrance businesses have secured financial assistance for outdoor setup from COVID-19 Business Assistance Program. There are presently 8 fitness-related businesses that have been permitted to operate in city parks, and 115 businesses have been approved for outdoor operations. Additionally, the Community Services Department held a very successful drive-in movie event on Friday, October 30th at Wilson Park for our community as part of our Halloween effort. LA County is experiencing a surge in COVID-19 transmissions, however. From mid-September to late October, new reported cases went from a little over 750 cases per day to almost 1,400 cases per day. Public health reminds everyone who participate in a gathering, especially one where there were crowds and where people were not distancing and wearing a face covering, that it is important to take very seriously that you may have exposed to COVID-19. Please quarantine for 14 days, and in particular, stay away from anyone who is at risk of serious illness from the virus. Public health also encourages people who participate in such gatherings to get tested for COVID-19. The county is realigning resources to communities experiencing significant surges, including targeted compliance and support for cases and close contacts. The county's Community Health Worker Outreach Initiative will coordinate and mobilize community health workers in highly impacted communities to conduct healing-informed grassroots community outreach. One important role that community health workers will play is helping residents understand the importance of participating in contact tracing and dispelling myths and rumors about COVID-19. The county is in the process of contracting with community-based organizations to train and mobilize hundreds of additional community health workers to engage with community residents through December. Furthermore, the Torrance Unified School Board met last night and gave direction to bring back TK2K and first grade students to begin in-person instruction. The district is anticipating return to school for TK and K students on December 7th and after winter break for first graders. In addition, the board also decided to apply for a TK2 waiver from LA County DPH. This will allow the district to bring back second grade students as well. Lastly, Your Honor and Council, I would like to take this opportunity to thank city staff and residents for their continued efforts to keep our number of positive cases to a minimum. Myself, Fire Chief, and EOC Director are available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaparian. Are there any questions from the council? I see none, so I believe I have to take a motion to accept and file. Is there a motion? Councilperson Kalani.
Thank you. Motion to accept and file the COVID-19 recovery update.
Councilperson Griffith.
Councilman Griffith, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich? Absent. Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Goodrich absent. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 9B as in Bravo, from Community Services to adopt a resolution approving an application for per capita program grant funds. From staff, I think it's Ms. Valencia.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Fury and honorable members of the City Council. My name is Valencia Mota, and I am presenting item 9B on behalf of the Community Services Department. This agenda item is a recommendation of the Community Services Director that City Council adopt a resolution approving applications for the California Department of Parks and Recreation Office of Grants and Local Services per capita program grant funds. The City of Torrance is among 635 eligible cities and local districts selected to participate in the general per capita program. The per capita allocation for cities and local districts is $177,952. Please note that the rate of the allocations is $1.64 per capita. Projects not serving a severely disadvantaged community require a 20% match due to the household income guidelines. Upon approval from your honorable body, this resolution delegates the authority to our city manager, Adam Chaparian, or a designee should he choose, to conduct all negotiations, sign and submit all documents necessary for the completion of the grant. Staff will identify a project and develop a funding strategy and submit a project application to OGALS by June 30th, 2021. Thank you for your time, and I am available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? I would point out that this is one of the important reasons why censuses are so very, very important when you talk about dollar value per capita. It certainly hoped that we got a full count. I'll take a motion to, first of all, I guess I need a number and title, please.
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2020-121, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving applications per capita grant funds.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes, I move to adopt resolution 2020-121.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
I second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Goodrich absent.
Thank you. Moving on to item 9C, It's for the Community Services to adopt a resolution approving application for grant funds. Again, Valencia?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I am presenting item 9C. This agenda item is a recommendation of the city that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the application for the statewide park development and community revitalization program grant funds. The California Department of State Parks and Recreation is accepting proposals for $395.3 million in competitive grant funding under Round 4 of the Proposition 68 Parks and Water Bond / Statewide Park and Community Revitalization Program. The maximum grant request per application is $8.5 million. No cost match is required. In Round 3 of this program, the Community Services Department submitted an application for the renovation of Torrance Park. Though the City of Torrance was not among the list of awardees in Round 3, staff has received feedback from both the grantor and our grant writer, Blaze & Associates, on how to increase our application ranking based on the project selection criterion. Upon approval from your honorable body, the authorizing resolution will be incorporated into the city's revised grant application. Please note that the new deadline for this application is March 12, 2021. The original deadline for this grant was December 14, 2020, but due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the grantor has extended the deadline to give applicants ample time to prepare and/or revise their applications. Thank you once again for your time, and I am available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the council? I see no hands raised, so Madam Clerk, could we have the number and title on this, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2020-122. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving the application for statewide park development and community revitalization program grant funds.
Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. Move to adopt resolution 2020-122.
Councilmember Kalani.
Kalani, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Goodrich absent.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9D as in David, from the City Manager's Office to accept and appropriate funding and approve agreement for an outreach worker for homeless services. Expenditure is $97,410 from City staff.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council, Viet Wong, City Manager's Office, and joining me in this presentation tonight is Zolma Gent, who is also with the City Manager's Office. And just before we begin, there is supplemental material for this item, which is available on the city's website. As your honorable body will recall, in October of 2019, City Council held 2 joint meetings with the Social Services Commission. And at the conclusion, City Council directed staff to create a homelessness plan for the city and return to City Council with quarterly updates based on the plan. Shortly after the joint meetings, the South Bay City's Council of Governments issued a call for projects, allowing the 16 cities in the South Bay COGS Authority to request funding related to homelessness. The funding from South Bay COG is made available from LA County's Measure H Innovation Grant. And in December, staff submitted a proposal for $70,000 to retain a consultant to assist the city in developing a homelessness plan. In January, the South Bay COG notified the city that the city had been approved for $50,000 to develop a homelessness plan. Staff spent the first part of this year seeking consultants that other area cities actually used in developing their homelessness plans. And we actually identified 2 consultants who seemed to have the experience and community awareness that would have been appropriate for Torrance. Unfortunately, neither consultant had the capacity to commit to this project. With the impact of COVID, staff was unable to move as quickly as we wanted to identify a viable consultant, which actually worked in the city's favor. In the process of researching other cities' practices, staff noted that several cities in the area retain 1 or more outreach workers or housing navigators dedicated to serving their respective city or area. The staff report identifies a number of the strengths and opportunities for improvement that were noted by the other cities that we spoke to. Based on research conducted with neighboring cities and with the approval of South Bay COG to use the funds to retain an outreach worker, staff proposes to retain an outreach worker through Harbor Interfaith for a period of 18 months. Harbor Interfaith is being recommended because they are the lead agency in our coordinated entry system, which is simply the existing framework by which regional programs connect people experiencing homelessness with the most appropriate resources to meet their needs. Staff would like to emphasize that the homeless plan will still be developed. 3 community listening sessions have already been held in conjunction with the Social Services Commission meetings, and staff does intend to hold additional community meetings to target specific groups in the coming months. Additionally, staff sees that the outreach worker in getting to understand homelessness in Torrance at a deeper level will be a vital part in developing the homelessness plan. And now Zalma Gent will discuss the roles and responsibilities of the proposed outreach worker and how this individual will interact within the city's existing framework. Zalma?
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. In preparing this recommendation, staff worked with Torrance Police Department, who, through their coordinated community lead officers, have been the backbone of the city's response to homelessness. Torrance Police Department works closely with SPA 8 homeless service providers to engage homeless individuals into services. The scope of work of the outreach worker will closely work with Torrance Police Department to identify areas where encampments are increasing in size and numbers. The outreach worker will also work closely with other city departments, including the City Manager's Office, Public Works, Community Services, and the City Attorney's Office to provide a multidisciplinary approach in finding solutions. Some of the identified duties and responsibilities of the outreach worker will include participate in ride-alongs with Torrance Police Department and identify hotspots, respond and follow up to Torrance LA HOP requests, follow up and invest time that is required in order to build trust, which will make the person more objective to accept services. Others may readily be open to receive help. The outreach worker will also maintain a consistent caseload and identify by collaborative efforts with Torrance Police Department in building relationships, complete acuity assessment, assist clients, and obtain all the necessary documentation required for housing programs and refer clients that best fit their needs based on the acuity score and other factors. City staff will continue to cover administrative functions and work with city departments related to homelessness, including responding to resident business concerns and coordinating city efforts so that the outreach worker can focus their time on interfacing with people experiencing homelessness. Yed and I will also be responsible for providing updates to your honorable body. After the 12-month mark of the 18-month pilot program, staff proposes to review outcomes and provide a report to City Council to determine if this program is one of which the city wishes to continue. Staff will look at City Manager's operating budget and present a recommendation at your honorable body. At this point, Viet and I would like to thank our partners. We appreciate and value their continued support and partnership. And on this call are Sergeant Malin from the Torrance Police Department, Officer Kraft from the Torrance Police Department, Grace Farewell from the South Bay COG, Tahia Hazlett from Harbor Interfaith Services, Cherie Weaver from Harbor Interfaith Services. All of the individuals mentioned on this call and can address questions specific to their area. Viet and I would also like to thank Nancy Wilcox of the South Bay Coalition to End Homelessness for her constant guidance in a very complex system. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to start off with thanking Nancy Wilcox for all of her guidance she's given for such a long period of time. I appreciate her leadership on that, as well as all the other people who are available to us to help us take on the problem of people experiencing homelessness. We have questions from Council. Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you to staff and all the people involved, including Nancy, who I've known for many years now. And long time no talk, Nancy. Hope you're doing well. If approved, when would the outreach worker be able to start?
Good question, Councilman. Viet Long, City Manager's Office. Because it is a contract with Harbor Interfaith, we would need to work with them to identify the correct individual. We have already reached out to Harbor Interfaith and let them know that we would like to be a part of the interview process. So this is actually a contract with Harbor Interfaith. Because city staff will have involvement with selecting the individual, we anticipate that we're looking at the January time frame.
I appreciate that. I know that we've been talking about doing some efforts on homelessness for quite some time, and the progress has been unfortunately slower than I think we all would like, and I just obviously want to see this move as quickly as we can. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you. Councilman Ashcraft.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone that has put this together. As Councilman Griffiths said, it's a long time in coming. We were talking about this 2 years ago when I was on council before, and so this is more than welcome now, because I know that our numbers of people living without a home have increased. My question, a couple of my questions, is this individual going to have an office here at City Hall?
Councilwoman, we haven't actually identified where their office will be, but they will be physically located somewhere on city property.
Okay. And will they be using their own automobile when they're not going out with the police department?
Correct, Councilwoman. So because it is a contract service, they will be utilizing their own vehicle when they are not with the police department. Hence, there's a line item in there for mileage reimbursement.
Yeah, I see that. Okay, I didn't know if we had additional cars out there that they would drive at any time, or this is their auto. So that clears that up. Okay, that's all I have now, other than thank you very much, because I know it takes a lot of coordination, and we have a lot of people on the line for this, so thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, and everybody that's involved in putting this together. I know it's been a long time coming. These are, I think, baby steps, but I think they're steps in the right direction. I do have, some concerns about the speed of getting things done. It took this long to get to this point, and I'm just wondering at what point are we going to talk about ordinances for camping. I know that's going to require some housing options. I'd like to keep that discussion alive because I think it's very important. I sent in a picture a few days ago about this poor individual. It's been a sad situation, obviously, but this individual was on a bus bench. Actually, a couple of individuals, one across the street from each other, where they're on Crenshaw and Lomita Boulevard, that have been there for weeks on the bus bench. So how do we, keep those bus benches cleared, and how do we get these individuals into programs? And I think this particular person, I would hope, would have some success at placing these individuals. But of course, with 300 and some odd homeless in Torrance, I know most of them are in vehicles. How are we addressing the homeless in vehicles? How are we addressing the ones that just went crazy and are talking to phone, power poles and walking in the middle of the street? Is it going to be the same person that's going to be taking care of this, or is it going to be, alongside a police officer? And I think there's just a lot of loose ends that we need to really tighten up and make sure that this $100,000 is being spent well. And, God only knows how much money we put into Measure H. It's just a shame that we have to go through fiery hoops to get any of that money back. And I understand Los Angeles as a whole has, probably much bigger problem than Torrance, but I think we've contributed millions to Measure H, and I don't see any of this money. Maybe the $50,000 going to the COG is for Measure H. I think it's showing here that we're appropriating it from the COG, but I believe the original source, well, besides the taxpayers, would be for Measure H. So I don't know. Do we have any feedback on possible ordinances, the legality of moving these individuals off the bus benches that are completely occupied now? We keep on telling people, take the bus, but they can't. They can't wait in a comfortable position. Yesterday there was 2 people standing, elderly people having to stand because this, again, poor, sad situation. A gentleman was occupying the whole bus enclosure, the shelter. So, again, sad situations, but I'd like to see us move a little bit quicker in taking care of this stuff. Again, I'm very appreciative of where we are now today deciding on this, but I'd like to see more done and faster if we can. Any updates that you can give us on maybe ordinances from staff?
Councilman, let me try to provide you with 2 answers. So regarding the ordinances, I believe staff needs to be careful because this item is specific to retaining an outreach worker. It was agendized as such for your honorable body to approve this recommendation. Staff can bring an item back in the future to talk about it. At this point, staff anticipates that might be actually part of the homeless plan. That's something that we would need to explore, but specific to the matter before you tonight, this is in regards to a recommendation regarding an outreach worker. As far as your earlier point that you had asked about vehicular versus individual, Harbor Interfaith, the other cities that we spoke to, South Bay COG and Nancy Wilcox of the South Bay Coalition, were extraordinarily helpful in helping us understand that the best thing that we can do with this caseworker is to have them start with ride-alongs to identify hot spots in the community. So as far as the other areas that you mentioned that we want to look into, it's certainly on the list for this outreach worker. However, our understanding based off of the experience of other cities is we really want to target those hot spots that seem to have a large number of individuals or are regularly referenced by our community as areas of concern. So that would be our priority, is to have this outreach worker identify those hot spots with the police department and prioritize that to identify services that those individuals should be provided.
Okay. And do we know, how does ADA fall into all of this? I know with the Americans for Disabilities Act, we need to be able to provide. And I'm not trying to kick people off of a bus bench so that we can clear the bus bench. I mean, overall, there's 2 things that we need to fix. A is the fact that there's a homeless person that needs help, and we need to be able to help them. And 2 is the fact that that bus bench has been occupied for weeks at a time. Those are two issues that we need to approach. Is there any kind of legality to a police officer going up and saying, "Excuse me, sir, you can't be there," or "Ma'am, you can't be on the bus bench, but here's some other options." And the reason you can't be on the bus bench is we need to keep it clear because of ADA. I'm just giving you an example, something to where we can, help people up and just not, this poor individual was wrapped in a piece of plastic. I mean, for God's sake, we can't have that happening to any human being anywhere, but especially here because, we have the resources. We're paying into those resources. And it's sad to see our city just, kind of just having to even deal with it at all, because this is just a migration thing that's happening from all over. But I don't think any city should be forced to build shelters. I know that's not part of this particular thing, but it's kind of on the same subject. I don't think any city should be forced to build shelters within their city, but I think every city should contribute to shelters and I really would like to explore possibly building, shelters to where we can legally start taking people off the streets and put them into shelters. I mean, I think the Boise, Idaho case, even though it's not very clear, one could only assume that we need to provide some kind of a housing alternative to these individuals that, unfortunately, a lot of them have mental health issues, drug addiction, and other issues that, which brings me to my next thing. It's like, okay, so this person goes up to them, and then they refuse service, they refuse help, then what? We're back to square one. So I'd like to eventually...
Councilman, we'll have to address this when it's agenda-sized. It really is beyond what this agenda matter is, and I think staff has heard that, and they'll be bringing it back to discuss those issues, but it's not appropriate on this agenda matter.
Okay.
Councilmember Chen. Councilmember Chen.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't sure if Councilman Matucci was finished yet, so I'll ask my question, and then he can go back. For staff, do you anticipate this? The candidates are totally new, unfamiliar with City of Torrance. I think the ride-along is a good idea. Then the follow-on question, I'm looking at page 4 of the staff report. I'm just wondering in my head, is there a option to consider, or did you weigh how long to make the 18-month, how long the pilot program be? I was thinking in my head, will it work to have a 12-month pilot program? After the 6-month mark, we start reviewing it, because we want to get the homelessness plan done with all the options we are. I could see potentially if the I guess you call it the outreach worker is totally new to the South Bay, then it'll take a little bit longer time. Those are questions, how familiar, and then is there value to shorten the pilot program and the evaluation period?
Thanks, Councilman. You asked several questions in there, so let me try to sort through them. To answer your first question, in speaking with Harbor Interfaith, I believe that if I understood them correctly, their process is that they would open this opportunity up to their existing staff. So someone who already works for Harbor Interfaith, has this experience, would have an opportunity to work this specific assignment dedicated to the city of Torrance. That obviously is something I can't answer at this time if any of their staff are available. In selecting an 18-month pilot period program, we did listen to the guidance of Harbor Interfaith on that one, and they did recommend an 18-month period because it does take a little time to build relationships before we can actually identify the impact that's made from it. Just to separate the issues a little bit, Councilman, so we still are required to have a deliverable of a homeless plan. That is to say that the South Bay COG, through funds through Measure H Innovation grants, are still expecting us to deliver a homeless plan. And that timeline is probably much closer to the June 2021 time frame. So I spoke to Grace Farwell of the South Bay COG today about that deliverable. So we actually have that deliverable that's separate and apart from this 18-month time frame. We're just utilizing the subject matter expertise of an outreach worker to guide us in creating that plan. So that plan is still a requirement of receiving the funds from the South Bay COG. Last thing is, I just, as a gentle note, staff would like to caution the expectation of this outreach worker. We've heard from time and time again from different service providers, it can take 6, 8, 10, 12 contacts with someone experiencing homelessness to build a trust with that individual before they'll accept one service. And considering some people will require more than one service, that's a lot of contact that has to occur over time. So staff would just like to gently remind your honorable body and the public that this is a first step, which staff does feel is the right step, but also to couch it in that this is not going to be an overnight process. That we're going to have to take our time to understand what homelessness looks like in Torrance, what our specific needs are in Torrance, and some solutions to provide from there.
Thank you for that clarification, Viet. I think to have the homelessness plan done in roughly a 6-month period sounds much more reasonable. That's the point I was trying to get at, to get some product out. In some of the areas which I would suggest when the agenda comes back in the future, or even a homelessness plan, is also taking into account the public health risks and mitigation with this situation, because I know it's a complex problem that homelessness has been here since the age of time, but to look at public safety and public health and what's the best way, what's most prudent to address it humanely for both the homeless people and the general public who needs a public health situation as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I think several prongs are needed on this, and this is just one of them. And clearly, we have to get our plan in order, and it may branch out from there if they see different methodologies to do this. But as everybody said, this is a start. It's a long time coming, but it's certainly a start. Any other questions or comments? If not, then on this, I need a motion to accept and appropriate funds and approve the agreement. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to take a motion. I would like to make a motion to accept and approve the appropriate funds and the agreement.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
I'll second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chin?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Goodrich absent.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9E from the City Manager's Office to determine City Council dark nights. And I believe Mr. Lau is going to help us with this one.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. This is Candace Lau from the City Manager's Office. This is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council declare City Council dark nights on the following Tuesdays from January 1st to June 30th, 2021. January 19th, February 16th, March 30th, June 1st, and June 29th. Traditionally, City Council is dark the Tuesday after a Monday holiday. January 19th is a Tuesday following Martin Luther King Day. February 16th is a Tuesday following President's Day. And June 1st is a Tuesday following Memorial Day. Council traditionally does not meet the 5th Tuesday of the month, and those dates include March 30th and June 29th, 2021. City Council may want to consider January 5th as a dark night because of insufficient time to prepare the agenda after the holidays. In addition, City Council may want to consider April 6th as a dark night because of the spring holiday. At this time, staff asks that City Council provide direction regarding City Council dark nights. Staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lau. Are there any questions from the council? I see no hands raised, so I will take a motion to approve the recommended council dark nights. Councilmember Shen?
Actually, Mayor, my hand was responding to Ms. Lau's recommendation that we also consider January 5th and April 6th as council dark night, as she described. If there's a council agreement, my motion would be recommend council dark nights as proposed by staff, including January 5th and April 6th.
Good move. Councilmember Ashcraft?
I second that. I was trying to wave you down, but he did it. So good. I second his motion.
I'm watching all these boxes in front of me. So we have a motion and a second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Goodrich absent.
Candace, good job. I know that was your first agenda item. Congratulations. Many more to come. We move on to item 9F, as in Frank. This is from the City Manager's Office to accept and file an update on Councilmember Goodrich's oral request for staff to explore partnership with Pandemic Life Cycle Management Solution Company. I believe Ms. Wanda is going to help us with this.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This is Katie Wand with the City Manager's Office. Item 9F is an update on Councilman Goodrich's oral request from the October 6th City Council meeting, in which the councilman received concurrence from the City Council to direct staff to work with a pandemic lifestyle management company called Open to determine if Open's software and offerings are compatible with the city's current interface. Staff held meetings both with representatives from Open and internally and determined that the program appears to be best suited for public health agencies instead of local governments. Thanks to our own Cable and Community Relations team, the City of Torrance has its own COVID-19 dashboard that provides curated information from sources including LA County Public Health, Area G, and state and federal agencies. This dashboard is updated 24/7 to ensure that the most current information is available for public consumption. Additionally, any area of the City Hall campus that is open to the public follows all health and safety protocols determined by the county. Our permit center, for example, remains one of the busiest areas here at City Hall. The Community Development Department advanced an initiative to refine the permit center's check-in system that serves the various CDD divisions. The recently implemented check-in system, called QMinder, allows for customer self-check-in options, which is used by 93% of visitors. When added to the department-issued PPE, safety screen installations, and additional pandemic permit center operating measures, the department has been successful in minimizing the potential for customer and employee exposure. You may recall that one of the components that Open offers is contact tracing. If an exposure were to occur at the permit center, for example, the QMinder system allows for retrieval of a customer's name and phone number, details in regards to who interacted with the customer, and how long an employee may have been in contact with the customer. And that information would be available if the need for contact tracing or a similar concept was required. Additionally, all of the permit center public counters are equipped with public safety screens. Our customers and employees are required to wear masks and sanitizers, and they are readily available at entrances and exits to further minimize the potential for exposure. And that goes, again, for all city public counters that are open. We're ensuring that there's plexiglass up, PPE is provided, and that members of the public may not enter without a face covering. Staff did reach out to the Chamber of Commerce to determine if they may be interested in promoting Open to private businesses. One component, as I mentioned, is the contact tracing, which may be more palatable for a private business that is trying to help track and manage the COVID cases tied to their establishment. The Chamber did not express interest at this time, but we will remain on standby and available to coordinate introductions at a later date if requested by the Chamber. Given the information that we have learned, staff is recommending that the City Council accept and file this update. We are available for questions, and we are happy to return to the Council at a later date if there is additional information to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Does Council have any questions? No questions or comments. Councilmember Matucci?
I move to accept and file.
Councilmember Griffith.
Second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Goodrich absent.
Thank you. That brings us to item 9G as in George, also from the City Manager's Office.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager from the City Manager's Office. Item 9G is also a response to a council oral. This one was from Councilman Matucci earlier this year. The councilman had requested that staff come back to council with an update on how we handle abandoned shopping carts and to consider mandating shopping cart owners to take responsibility for the containment of their carts. Since 2002, the city has contracted with an outside service to collect abandoned shopping carts around the city. This has significantly reduced the problem that it once was. Recently, the city changed vendors and is realizing a reduction in costs due to the fact that this new vendor has a business model where they also contract directly with the retailers to return their carts to them. The city only gets charged for the carts that belong to retailers without a contract with this vendor. For those who are not aware, I would like to mention that abandoned shopping carts can be reported either via a hotline number, which is 888-992-4778, or via the My Torrance CA mobile application. In regards to looking at requiring shopping cart owners to take responsibility for containing their carts, currently there are conditions on new construction in the city that require shopping cart containment measures. In addition, the Community Development Department has plans to come back to council with a land use study in the first quarter of next year that may examine the possibility of adding a municipal code requirement for shopping cart owners to take responsibility for containing their carts. At this point, with this update, we are looking for the update to be accepted and filed, and we also intend to continue our service with CarTrack through the end of 2021, but then also looking at the potential with that land use study, which will be coming back next quarter. And I stand by for any questions that any of you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fulton. And I want to say that the telephone number is a great methodology for doing it, but if you have the ability to download the app is really super. You take a picture of it, and it actually pinpoints the GPS, so you actually have a record of where it was, and you don't have to fish around looking for an address or what street you're on. So I would encourage those who do have smartphones and have the ability to download an app to use that. But the telephone is a backup measure that will certainly work. I know I had a couple of hands up, but I'm sorry I didn't see who put it up first. It was a tie. I'm going to give it to Councilmember Matucci. I think he put it up higher. And then Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for staff, clarification on that contractor that we're using now, I believe it's $5 per cart, and before we were spending about $2,000 per month. Do we know with this $5? And this is you said the $5 is only if the owner of the cart doesn't have a contract with the vendor. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Councilman.
Okay. Now, are they actively looking for carts, or is it only picking up the ones that we call in? Do you know?
They are, with our agreement with them, they are required to patrol the city regularly. I believe it's at least 3 days out of the week where they are combing the city and going to various hot spots across the city, and then they do respond to the calls and the reports on the mobile app as well.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I use it all the time. I really love this service. The app really works well. I have noticed that it's taking a little bit longer to get to the carts than the previous vendor, but maybe they're just picking up more carts. what if the cart that's abandoned has, let's say, I don't know, a couple empty bottles and a dirty sweatshirt? What do they do with the items in it? Is it considered trash if it's abandoned, or do they need to hold on to that stuff?
I believe that they do discard that, the items that may be in the cart. We did have some question about that with our prior vendor. With this one, I have not heard any having them balk at picking up any of the carts.
Okay. Very good. And I love the fact that we're going out actively looking for abandoned carts. They make the city look dirty, and quite honestly, it's a big investment. I was surprised to find out how much money these carts actually cost, hundreds of dollars each. And it's really nice that our city takes care of that. That we jump on it. So I'm definitely in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ashcroft.
Thank you. As it was said, these carts are very expensive. Don't the grocery stores have a service that they pick up their own carts if they're out looking?
From what I understand, this company, CarTrack, that we use now, they work with all of the most of the grocers across the state. I believe they also repair shopping carts. They work directly with the grocery stores. So they do have contracts directly with many of these grocers, the larger grocery retailers. Those stores pay this company as well to return the carts to them.
Okay, so if we're paying and the grocery store pays, this guy makes out, right? How do they distinguish carts that are just sitting around if they have a contract with the grocery store?
They have contracts with the grocery store, so the carts that are identified with those grocery stores are paid for by those grocery stores. Any that are not identifiable are the ones that we get charged $5 per cart.
Okay, so if they pick up a cart and say it's Ralph's, and they go back to Ralph's and they're on their contract, then we're not charged for that.
Correct.
Okay. Do we know who their contract is, all their contract people are?
Yes. They have provided us a list with the stores in Torrance that they contract with.
Okay. All right. So stores that, well, I guess it doesn't matter. I don't know who their stores are. So you keep track of the number of carts, and do we know where they take them, the ones that are not on, well, there are ones that are on contract as well as those that are not on contract?
I'm not sure where they take the ones that aren't on contract, but they do provide us a monthly report of the carts that they collect, who they belong to, and where they are picked up from. So we get that report on a monthly basis. But it may be something that, since we do have the list of the stores that are on contract with them, we might want to ask some of the other retailers in the city, to provide them information. They may want to contract directly with this company as well.
Yeah, I would think they might want to do that to get their carts back if they're being dumped somewhere else. I would hope that if they're getting a free service, if he takes them back to them and they're not paying as much as the other contract people, that's interesting.
Yeah, I can follow up to find out what happens with the carts that are not on contract.
I would appreciate that. And does he tell you where they go? I'm assuming most carts all have the name on the handrail in the front.
Yeah, I think most of them do have an identifier of some sort.
Okay. I'd also like to know that, find out if we know those that are on contract, those that are not on contract, if we have a certain store that has a whole bunch of them, like you said, maybe you could reach out to that store and work a deal. That would be good.
Right, and it might be more economical for them, as was said, that the carts are expensive. It may save them if they're going to pay someone to return them to them. Yeah.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Great suggestions. Thank you.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. My question was very similar to Councilmember Ashcraft. Is the unidentifiable owner of the cart, where do they get parked, and what the process is? And because if it goes to a vanilla warehouse, then I assume it gets sold somewhere, and then there is a revenue stream.
Yeah, I would think that's
that.
Strong possibility.
Right. So that would be a good thing to understand. The other question may be a little bit harder to it's just a thought since we just covered another item on the agenda. Do you know what will happen if I know this might be a touchy subject, if the cart looks like a homeless person's belonging, I'll just say it right out, but the homeless person's not there. Based on the earlier discussion, if there was bottles and waters in there, then they might take this cart and dispose of whatever is in there because the person is not there.
Yeah, I can follow up with the company on their policy too, but as I said, I know that has been an issue in the past. And sometimes I know with our police department, there are legalities with individuals' possessions, but I will follow up with the cart company and find out what their policy is if they find a cart with items still inside.
Okay. I mean, sometimes it's pretty, at least in my opinion, it could be pretty obvious to see, yeah, that looks like someone was pushing this around all day with all his or her belongings, but he or she may be 3 blocks away.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I'll take a motion to accept and file. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we accept and file item 9G.
Councilmember Chen.
Councilmember Chen, 2nd.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich? Is absent. Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Mayor, Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Goodrich absent. Sorry, I'm getting used to it again.
Well, thank you. I was thinking that it was really good to hear your voice again. We certainly have missed you, although your staff has really done a yeoman's job of handling us and handling the agendas. And we've had some long nights, and they've done a great job. But we're certainly happy to hear your voice back again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Moving on with the agenda, we have no scheduled hearings, no scheduled agency agendas, no scheduled second reading of the ordinance, which brings us to City Council oral communications. When we are concluded, we are going to take a recess to closed session again, but I want to let everybody know that when we get done here, we're not going to adjourn. We still got some more business to do. The list I have right now, it starts with Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Not a whole lot to share. Glad the election is over, but at the same time, it seems like there's, depending on where you're at, there's still question mark. I ask for everyone to just, continue to be respectful, be patient with whatever process we're waiting for. And for all those who have been elected, just like the mayor said, the school board members, Anil and Jasmine, I believe, congratulations. And look forward to working with you. Continue to stay safe, and we will get through this. Very happy to hear that the vaccine looks very promising, and let's keep our heads up high. Thank you.
And Councilmember Goodrich is absent still, so he's not getting a chance. Now we go on to Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I just want to wish all the veterans a happy Veterans Day and to thank them for their service to our country. And if you happen to see or know a veteran, make sure you do the same. I do have an oral I'd like to ask, get everyone's concurrence on, and I'll briefly introduce that. In 2018, the council reluctantly switched from at-large council elections to district-based council elections. Our council at that time was in complete agreement that we did not desire to do this, but we were being forced into it. Based on ongoing litigation by other cities, most specifically Santa Monica, there may be soon be reason for us to reconsider this decision. With that, I'd like to request concurrence from council to have staff, one, identify the deadline or the latest date that would allow us to potentially switch back to at-large council elections prior to the 2022 election, and two, sufficiently prior to that deadline, bring back to council a discussion item with updates on the latest legal battles on this issue, as well as leave us time for the opportunity to consider the possible return to at-large council elections in time for the 2022 city election. Would love to get concurrence. Thank you.
I believe it's way too premature to do anything like that. The case is still in the court system, and it doesn't look like it's turning around. City of Carson decided to go to district elections after they started fighting it, and they still wound up paying $600,000 in attorney fees because of that. I think it's foolish of us to even start talking about it yet, because we have to look and see what the courts decide. But if the council wants to, how many?
I'm not asking for any decision to be made. I'm just asking for an update from two things on the council.
I get that up there. Staff time is valuable. Anybody? How many wanted to do this? Hands up, please. I got 4 people, 5 people. So it's 5 folks say bring it back. There's a consensus. I'm certainly opposed to this strongly.
Thank you.
Anything else?
That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have a couple of things this evening, please. Can you hear me okay?
You can lock it. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I actually have a couple of things. Late last week, the city of Torrance was contacted by a planning official in Orange County, making staff aware of an effort to examine the California Department of Housing and Community Development's calculation of 1.34 million housing units needed in Southern California. The effort will encourage the Southern California Association of Government, SCAG Regional Council, to agendize a closed session discussion regarding the validity of the HCD housing need calculation assigned to the SCAG region in the upcoming regional housing needs assessment process. This would allow an opportunity for regional council members to discuss whether or not to pursue litigation. This effort could possibly reduce the allocation identified for the city of Torrance, resulting in a more realistic number. With council's concurrence, I would like to instruct staff to prepare a letter to submit to the president of the Southern California Association of Governments to support agendizing the discussion.
I see all thumbs are up. Unfortunately, Councilmember Goodrich is not here with us, but we'll have to wait for his decision on this, but it's 6-0 right now. Okay.
All right, thank you. I do have something else, please. I applaud staff and the Social Service Commission, including South Bay COG, for the positive steps towards helping the homeless and vulnerably housed members of our community, but we need more. With an increase of 102% from last year in unsheltered individuals and an increase in 34% living in vehicles, it is clear this situation needs additional help. We don't have to start at point zero. In an effort to comply with a federal mandate as well as recent case law, the North Service Planning Area, known as North SPA, comprised of several cities, including Anaheim, Brea, Buena Park, Cypress, Fullerton, La Brea, La Palma, Los Alamitos, Orange, Placenta. The list goes on. They have collaborated on a regional approach to addressing homelessness. These cities have worked on a homeless housing plan, which includes creating navigation centers, one in Placentia and one in Buena Park. These navigational centers are located in light industrial areas and have been highly successful. In addition to what the city is doing with South Bay COG, I'm asking my fellow council members for approval for staff to reach out to these cities and understand this highly successful plan. We could also include the local cities of Rancho Palos Verdes, Rolling Hills Estates, Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, and maybe even Harbor City and Gardena to establish a regional plan for navigation centers in South Bay so that we can truly help these individuals and have support in place so that we can then establish guidelines to navigate them safely off the street, because living on the street should not be an option. We need to know more about this unique collaboration and the steps involved in creating comprehensive agreements and partnerships here in South Bay. The homeless and vulnerably housed situation is not going away, and we need a complete plan. I have supplied staff with contact information of some of the city staff that were instrumental in creating this North Spa program.
Does anybody not like that idea?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Just a quick clarification.
This is an oral, remember?
Yeah, I understand. I was just wondering sometimes, would this be actually, part of, part of the ingredient of the homelessness task force plan? It'll be inserted in there. That's what I was getting at.
I think that would be expected, but I think this is a great idea why reinvent the wheel if somebody's already done this coalition, and then we can copy that coalition and just move it up here. So hopefully it would work. It certainly would be an important one of those parts of the homeless plan. And certainly, like I said, there's going to be lots of parts to that homeless plan. It's not just going to be 1, 2, 3, or 4. But this seems like they've really done an awful lot of effort and work on it. So it'd be great to plagiarize everything they've done. It's the highest compliment to them as well. Anything else?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to congratulate our elected officials, returning and new, and a very special thanks to and an honor to our military veterans that have served and continue to serve. I just want to say that their dedication and their sacrifice are recognized not only on this day, tomorrow, but every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I as well would like to thank all of our veterans, not just today, definitely not just tomorrow, but every day. And we should thank our veterans every day. They're just wonderful people that fought for our country, and we owe them a lot of gratitude. And so thank you to all of our veterans. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Ashcraft.
I would like to thank our service men and women and the jobs they are doing, and those that have served to take care of our country and respect our flag and our freedoms. Special thank you to my husband. That's all. Thank you.
Good thing you remembered Dan. I have another oral. The City of Torrance has a long-standing tradition of honoring its prominent residents by naming existing or newly constructed facilities after them. As the North Torrance Wellfield project nears completion, it is time once again to consider honoring a member of our community who has greatly contributed to our city. For this process to begin, the naming of Public Facilities Committee needs to be formed and its members determined through consensus by the City Council. Once the committee has been formed, the chair will schedule a meeting which will be open to the public to determine whether the request will be forwarded to the City Council for approval. With City Council's concurrence, I would like to recommend that the naming of Public Facilities Committee be formed and that a list of nominees be created to determine who will serve on the committee. Do we have any concurrence with that? All right. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. Now, as was mentioned, tomorrow is Veterans Day. I'm really happy to celebrate. This is my 54th Veterans Day, but I want to do a shout out to my nephew who retired from the Marine Corps after 29 years. This is his first Veterans Day, and I called him specifically to wish him happy Marine Corps birthday, which is today, and happy Veterans Day tomorrow, which is his first one. And I think everybody mentioned that we have to celebrate our veterans. And while we can't host an annual Veterans Appreciation event this year, we invite the public to send your tribute messages online to be featured on our website. Our veterans have contributed so much to our freedoms, and I certainly encourage you all to express appreciation this week in their honor. And please go onto the website. There is a tribute video that is posted there. It's really easy to find on the website. Just go in there and click in Veterans, and you'll find it. As I mentioned earlier, COVID is still very real as we see a surge in cases around the country. For current information concerning COVID-19, please visit the torranceca.gov/COVID-19. For daily updates, remind you again to tune into City Cable or torranceca.gov and watch live COVID-19 Today, Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m., and Weekends in Torrance, which airs every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 2 p.m. And all of those are available on YouTube on the City Cable channel there. Thank you all for staying patient with us these past 8 months. I don't think any of us could have imagined closing out the year with these health precautions still in place. The COVID-19 pandemic has been stressful and isolating for many people. Gatherings during the upcoming holidays can be an opportunity to reconnect with family and friends. This holiday season, though, please consider how your holiday plans can be modified to reduce the spread of COVID-19 to keep your friends, families, and communities healthy and safe. With that, I ask us to go to recess. We're going to go to our exec session. We'll return after that. Thank you all for tuning in tonight. I don't expect you to hang in there until we come back from the exec session. So at this time, I will say we'll see you next week. Have a good evening. back from our executive session. Mr. Shaparian, is there anything to report?
Nothing to report, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adjourn the City Council meeting to Tuesday, November 17, 2020 at 5:30 p.m. for closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 7 p.m. in compliance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-2920, which suspended portions of the Brown Act. Members of the City Council and staff will participate in this meeting via teleconference and other electronic means in our continuing effort to practice social distancing to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Members of the public are encouraged to watch the meeting via cable TV, Channel 3, City Cable, Channel 3, Spectrum, and Channel 31, Frontier, streaming on torranceca.gov, Facebook at City of Torrance, CA Government, and YouTube channel, Torrance City Cable.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
I second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is still absent. Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Goodrich absent.
Thank you. Good night. We'll see you all next week. And we did adjourn before 10 p.m. Good night, everybody.